Let's go to the world map then. And let's complete some licenses maybe. This one I want to do later, like do gold on later, because that's a particularly hard one. Like some of them are a little bit extra hard, so to get gold on. Going on with intermediate, which is there's some advanced. Okay. Just 1 second here. There we go. No one actually. I want. Give me the jazz one. Okay. Easy when cornering in the wet. I am allowed to use traction controller, but I'm not gonna do that. Hey look, it's the bull statue. Maybe I shouldn't go full throttle from the start. Oh, it's because I'm hitting water, like water splashing. That is not too bad at all. But I need to adjust my gaming couch just a little bit. That is much better. Look at that beauty. I'm just gonna pour myself a glass of juice here. Just 1 second. My mouth is dry as fuck. sound levels, you know, volume balancing, guys, please. Jesus, it's like the beginning of Mr. 13-year-old's first YouTube video. Super loud dubstep, and then it's like, "Hi guys, welcome. I want to show that." And then you can just hear the game sound like the shots from and it's like you know, sound levels. I know that's an extreme example, but a lot of YouTubers don't like check their sound volumes, like volume levels properly. And you can change volume levels in post. It's possible to do. So, man, I love the Red Bull ring. Okay, let's do this. Thirty-nine one. Yeah, you just see the water splashing. It's amazing. IB7 racing line intermediate 3, where you'll focus your attention on corner exit speeds. This challenge features several of the Nürburgring's corners. Pretty sure it's the first few ones. You see, this one is followed by a nice long straight. Oh, it's the corner right before this straight down to the Flugplatz. Maximizing your experience is going to be crucial. Yeah. Fucking love the Taycan. It's such a piece of engineering. Hey, someone just joined. Welcome. Just 1 second, and I'm just in the middle of doing my license here. Just because I wanted a little break from all the other races, and online don't work. It just black screens you when you try to go online. I don't know if that's a PS4 problem or what that is, but it's a problem that they certainly will have to fix. But I won't panic yet. There's still plenty to do. So I got one online race earlier, so I got a little taste of what it's like. And it's pretty good. The tuning is gonna be a little bit of a curveball, but and where I'm at right now in the menu book thing is a little bit hard, so but I just have to be patient because I'm using I'm not used to the road tires compared to the racing tires, so. But here we gotta get a good exit speed, so let's get started. Oh, it's the corner in the completely other end of the track than what I thought it was. Yeah, a little slower and then we got it. Went in way too fast. That's better. Ah, God damn it. Pressed the wrong button. Give it a little too much and a little too early. Awesome. Nice and silent. I be 8 consecutive corners intermediate, where you'll learn to find the best line through a series of corners. Find a line that allows you to maintain your speed through this series of corners. No problemo. To start with, think of the 4 right-hand turns and there's one big corner. Yeah. I know that. I've taken this one many times. And try to connect them all smoothly. Nice and smooth. Smooth, as some Danish people pronounce it, but I'm not gonna make fun of people's pronunciations. Like, you know, it's hard depending on what country you're from and what language you speak and how your language is built up and what kind of sounds you use normally. Pronunciations in other languages can be really hard because you just can't bend your tongue that way, you know. Not yet, at least, but you can learn how to do it if you speak English like very very often. Like, I mean, how do you think I got so good at speaking English? It's like, and so good at being casual while I'm speaking English, you know. It's all a matter of, being natural and speaking naturally in like another language and being able to like express your thoughts like as much to the extent that you can convey ideas like pretty much one to one, you know. It's not easy, and it takes a lot of practice. I think that's pretty much the mantra of my life and the mantra of this channel: practice, practice, practice. And was never born particularly you know, talented in any way. And I don't think people are born necessarily with talent. It's also a matter of if you're very interested in something, then you start earlier and then you spend very much time doing it, and then you maybe have a physique or a way of thinking or something that really, you know, that really benefits that. But before you start applying that thinking, being talented is more that you learn a little bit quicker. It's not that you're just good from the start, you know. And oh, he just picked up the guitar and played 7 chords right away. What a genius, so talented, and he knew just what he was doing right away. It's more like, you know, he has a good ability to learn, and learn quick. Think I can do that in one take. Like that was the reconnaissance lap. That was also a reconnaissance lap. Damn. I'm gonna try to change down on one more gear. I was about to say I think that's it, but I think we need to plant the foot a little bit faster. 0.002 of a second. little bit less speed. Fuck, I nearly had it. Okay, I'm gonna try and see that demonstration then. I was just adjusting my steering wheel. God damn it. Pressed exit by accident. That was close. That was a really good one, actually. God damn it, so close. Come on, relax. Yes, the game is only for PlayStation, sadly. Good to see you, by the way. Come on, come on, come on, come on! No! I only need 2 thousandths of a second to beat this, so to get gold. So you'll see why I'm trying to push it a little bit. Whoa. God damn it. You know what? I'm gonna put on some traction control. And still needs to turn more, but okay, now let's never speak of this again. I try not to use traction control. It's like, but you can't always like be a tryhard like that. Sometimes you gotta accept it, your defeat. Yeah, they're showing me how to take the corner better, but I can take them off, and the reason I haven't is because there are some new tracks that I'm not like really that familiar with, but I don't really look at them. I don't really notice them, so that's why they are not off. So. Play settings. Oh. Assist settings. Corner indicators. Nope. So you can have corner indicators, and then you can have like where it like shows you what line to take. braking indicators. You can have all sorts of helpful stuff. That's why it's not turned off yet. It's because I forgot to hit OK. Because everything else here you don't. God dang it. Now this is a nice car. I think when I'm done with this license I will go for a little night drive on the Nürburgring. IB9 is corners with elevation changes 1, where you learn how a car moves differently when going uphill or downhill. Yeah. Cars will handle differently on corners which have elevation changes. Generally speaking, it's more difficult to turn when going uphill and easier to spin out when going downhill. You can go really fast into a hill. If you're braking into a hill, then you can brake very late, depending on how steep the hill is. Pay attention to the gradient of the track and control your speed. Luckily I know this track. Look at this beauty. Oh, I don't know this track. This is a new version. Hands up and scream, yeah! Phew. Going through a corner like that, I would say to my passenger, you know, if you if you get scared, just close your eyes. Because I certainly do when I go through that corner, I close my eyes every time. We had a bus driver who said that on a school trip once. Over the, he was like, giving a little general tour of the area, and then here's a very steep hill, and it's like going down a roller coaster. And if you get scared, you know, that whole joke. But let's see if we can lose a little bit of the time here. How was that a cut? This corner's a bitch. figured it out. You have to do nothing. That's the secret. Pretty much. You have to take it like a roller coaster. And then I go and do something different just to see if that works. And then I go back and try and do the same thing again. That I know that works. Little side of line. All that good stuff. And then I spin the car because I don't have any traction control. I could turn traction control on, but that... I mean, I don't like using traction control in general, but what I really don't like in general is like, you know, using traction control on cars that would not have traction control at all. I'm going for all gold, by the way. It's required for the 100%, I think. You know what? Let's tease it. Feels easy today. Just full traction control and then really go down the roller coaster. I already rose arms up and scream. Oh shit. In completion, with the trophies, I'm already 25% through, but there's a few of them that really takes a long time. But there's nothing that's like impossible for like a human being to do. God damn it. You know what? I'm an idiot. I should play smart, not hard, you know. That's the mantra of this. I see there's a few who didn't really get this. Like, only me, apparently. It's like you can see it's very common to go for the gold. Because when you go for gold, you know that you got it down. But in the single player like thing, think I get it now. Ah, so close. You have to gear up when you're about to spin. Wipe, wipe. I think I'm gonna go to the Nürburgring. I'm only on bronze, so it's not like I super duper get this one. Alright, go get your reheated tea from the microwave. I think I'm gonna do the final exam. Because, you know, it's like doing, you know, playing a game like this. It's not like hardcore, like where it's a clear like, you know, skill curve, you know. It's more like some challenges are really hard sometimes, you know, because they're just very, very different from anything you like ever do otherwise. Hey, it's Trial Mountain. How appropriate. Here we are. The final exam for the International B license. Yeah. High five, Fraga. It's exam day. Let's go drink some beers after and smoke some joints. Yeah. To play multiplayer, you have to play some single player first. But it's not to get through that. It's okay because there's no really it's no really there's no limit on your car really, and you win the car you need. So just smack a turbo on that bad boy and some and some you know, softer tires. Hi, Whale good to see you. I'm very good. Also good to see you, Captain Hook. I'm just, you're just in time for the final exam. I was just high-fiving Fraga and saying something about drinking beer afterwards, getting my license here. Of course I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna smoke some bong because I don't. I'm home alone. Who would like drink beer alone. Alright. I'm just kidding. Pass the exam and the license is yours. You learned about a variety of different corners, and the final exam is your chance to put your knowledge to the test. Alright. When corners are followed by straights, focus on your exit speeds. Okay. When corners feature a change in elevation, focus on keeping your car stable. And we have learned about keeping our car stable. We have learned about all that stuff already. Earlier in the license test, it starts like starting and stopping. that's the first one. Go here, brake there. And you don't even need to get gold. Like, you don't need to be a sweaty tryhard. Good luck. I'm rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. Alright. Hey, Fraga. Quick, give me the answers to the final exam. Let's pass it up. So this is Trial Mountain. It's it's an old track, but it's also a new track. Here we are, the final exam. Yeah. I think you got dementia. Yeah. Luckily, it's like all Japanese games where you can just skip the dialogue. Feels clicking through the dialogue feels like feels very much like a Japanese RPG. The way the text comes on screen, the little diggity dick noises. It's also good. But I'm gonna be very true to tradition and gonna get high before the final exam. It's always good. Look at that little man in the corner, by the way, running. He's so motivating. Like, all the time. Like, you can do it. Go a little further. One more. Come on. One more. Yeah. I had a friend whose both his parents were personal trainers. And he joked about that his parents' job consisted of working out all day, which they did anyway, and then yelling at rich clients, just yelling, one more, come on, yeah, one more, you know. So that's how I imagine personal trainers. I know it's a lot more, but it's a lot more, but but still. Trial Mountain. It's such a good name. people say in the old Trial Mountain, Trial Mountain is like a track from way back, but now there's a few changes to it, and it's back. It wasn't in GT Sport. So I have never raced on Trial Mountain. But it's very popular. But people say that there's like a monkey Easter egg somewhere, or there used to be at least. Some people say they have removed that. I mean, if they have, then I'm very, very disappointed. Maybe it's for online and online safety, you know, people not trying to spot that monkey all the time while racing online. But who would do that anyway? Hey, look, a blimp. I really love the little details. There's also animals in this now, like on the sidelines and stuff. Alright, I'm ready. Final exam, here we go. Better have the cheat sheet ready. See, this is one of the tracks where I really needed the indicators to tell me which way to go. Alright, when in doubt, go flat out. Are we gonna make it? No. But we did a damn good try. I don't know if it's the best GT yet. I have only played 2 of them. GT Sport and this one. But in my opinion, for me it's the best one. You know. And like physics wise and all that, it's the best. You know. I hate when you complete a run, how it's like, yeah, but now I'm technically licensed. Dang. A little bit of a wide line. But I learned to maximize speed through the corners, you know. Take some better lines. And my ghost is behind me. And then you slowly grind it down to silver. And slowly grind that down. So, you know, we did a few mistakes. Too fast. I just want gold in this one because then I only have those bastards of challenges to complete. Should break way earlier. Way earlier. Much closer. Let's go and see what Fraga does. Oh, let's try one more time and then apparently. Come on. Oh. So you get it a little bit one corner at a time, and then you start getting confident out of some corners and really start giving it. I gave it all I had, Dodge. I really did. You know. But I like driving through all the, getting to drive all the different cars, like through the story, because you get cars all the time. And I could use a little bit more money in the game, but I'm not gonna bend over to those microtransactions, that's for sure. Demonstration. And you see, his demonstration is like very low, you know. So you don't have to do it exactly like he does it. You just have to catch some things here and there. But leveling up is not progression. Level progression is tied to how many cars you collect. That's why it's like gotta catch them all, because you have this Pokédex over here. See? Car collection progress 12%. So, and then to make matters even worse, in your garage you have like this list of cars where there's like all the cars you haven't had yet are gray, and then all the cars you do have had yet, they are they are they are like colored out, or there's like a little picture of them. So it's Pokemon. It, it's the Pokédex. That's for sure. Feels like it, at least. Just 1 second. Uh, but man, these last few days the channel has been like going amazing. Like it's insane. I mean, in terms of what what the channel is, it has been like blowing up. Like there has been like 2 or 3 people like viewing consistently, where usually it's like the like sometimes it's one viewer, sometimes it like often it's 1 or 2, you know, and then sometimes it's 3. But yeah, it has been like consistently 2 and 3. I don't know. That sounds like low numbers, but if you look at my subscriber count, it's like that's 10. That's 10%. That's a pretty good rate. Uh, and it's not like I obsessed over statistics or anything. I even gained like 5 subscribers this month. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, 5 subs, and you know what? 3 of them has been in these last 2 days. That's like insane to me. Like a few days ago, I was like, if I can get 1 subscriber every month, then it's totally fine with me. But I think GT7 is helping a little bit, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Uh, maybe it's because I'm a little bit more talkative. I don't know. Who knows? The YouTube algorithm and people's subscription practices, and being like, yep, that's the kind of content I like to subscribe to. That's wildly different, wildly different, and people have different weird pet peeves. I have weird pet peeves too. When it comes to content. So yeah. It's a snowball effect with YouTube. That's the thing I keep in mind. I've kept in mind since the start. And what really keeps the ball rolling was like, okay, I keep building up, watch time consistently over these months, and now I'm like, yeah, great pun, Rose. Hopefully, GT will bring some traffic. Hope so. But yeah, it's amazing. Like, you know, when you look at percent, like businesses look at percent as growth, you know, or growth. Growth is viewed in percents and not numbers, and percent wise, the gains are like through the roof, you know. So yeah, I know you did that by accident. That's why I pointed it out to you. All right, let's smoke this bong and then go into that final exam. Like, speaking of like things being up like in percent as well, my pun game is like through the roof these days. Like the last 2 days, it's insane. I just keep making puns all the time. They're not all equally good, but I laugh to myself equally. I laugh at myself equally anyway. You know, That's how you can say that joke is really funny. It's when the guy who tells it laughs at himself. You know. And you know, it's an extra good joke when he takes the time to tell the joke twice. You know, to make sure you heard it. You know. I put the pedal to the floor a little bit too early. Fuck, he did nothing there. Yeah, I don't really care about growing the channel like fast or anything. I'm just here having a good time of but I'm really having fun observing the process, and I get dopamine right to my brain every time. I'm just happy it's going well, you know. I'm not busy. I'm not that busy. I mean, since I am on welfare, it would be very nice to, oh, god damn it, to get some extra money, but that's like a far, like, that's like a 5-year plan, if anything. The reason I talk about it like a little bit like, you know, business terms when it comes to statistics, it's because I really like statistics. So and I really like you know, how come on, son of a bitch. Yeah, I find YouTube in general interesting too, especially like the mysterious algorithm. Like it's like you try to like figure out a little bit what made YouTube recommend something to you, you know. But sometimes it's like if you watch 5 videos on the same topic in a row, it's like you only get that kind of video. And it's so annoying. But sometimes it gets a recommendation just right. And it's funny because when YouTube insists on like recommending like videos from channels to me, like not necessarily the same video all the time, but like maybe different videos from the same channel, where I'm like, the name of this channel doesn't really sound like something I would be into, and then you watch the channel and you're like, yeah, nice bench, you know, and suddenly you have a new channel to bench through, you know. It's amazing. Why does it go on the exit thing, man? Damn, that's harsh. Rose, like, you search something instantly and it's like, here's this channel all over the freaking place. Wow. That's annoying. But YouTube has said something more about live stream discoverability. Which they have started with the ring thing. The thing where there's like a ring where it like says live. No. Yeah, that's annoying too. It's like YouTube assumes, oh, you didn't see like the last 3 videos on something. Yeah, it's because the guy I'm watching is playing a game I'm not particularly interested in, you know. It's nothing personal. It has nothing to do with the channel. What it has to do with is me. You know, it's not you. It's me. You know. Because it's so annoying, because it gives you that feeling, really gives you that feeling like, oh yeah, I used to watch that person like a long time ago, you know, and it's, yeah. Come on, let's push. Push it to the limit. Na 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 na. Limit. Limit, limit, limit. God damn it. Thought I was about to lose it there. I missed the gear change slightly. God damn it. Now I'm looking eternally backwards. I looked so far backwards that my neck just snapped. Yeah, I like to. I actually like to watch past live streams. Like, I have a hard time sleeping without background noise, and then a live stream of some really long game like a Rim World or Factorio or something really long. That's a really a playthrough if you find a good one where you're like yes, this is a really good series, and it's good for the creator too, because you just lie there and sleep and then you wake up a little bit sometimes, and then you just pick up somewhere, because it's you're 40 hours in or something, and you've just slept for 5 hours and you can't remember where you were anyway. So but I got gold on my final exam. Yeah. International B license acquired. Yeah. Oh, I have two crap 40-second videos on my channel. I have an old channel just called Pilsner, but I lost the passwords to that one. So and I thought my PlayStation was like hooked up to that one, but it turned out it was hooked up to the one I used mainly. I wanted to I wanted to keep it a little, separate from everything, but I had to show you guys how to do Cairo Perico, for example. That's like the whole catalyst of me going live and actually, overcoming myself and actually speaking into a microphone. Before that, I couldn't even I was too shy to speak even to BK. I know I don't play much Red Dead anymore, but I might get back to it. See, now I get points because I got that Supra. Love Supras. Ah, Hisal. These are real drivers, by the way. Real E drivers. Yeah, I stream fine. I feel fairly natural doing it as well, and I have a fairly good time. Congratulations on passing your international B license. I'm Mikhail has Hisel, that way around, yes. A GT competitor living in Germany. Well, hello. The competitors get like some really cool T-shirts. Like what I would do for one of those T-shirts, like with my name on it. That would be awesome. Yeah, I'm still nervous about my voice as well, but you know, then I thought about, you know, I used to go up on stage and be like, yeah, hello, because it's more awkward just to stand there and do nothing. It's more better just to, you know, because you speak all the time anyway to people. It's not like you can change your voice when you're speaking to people. So that's how I see it. But I wasn't so. I mean, I would think it like that casually, but really on the inside, I, I, on the inside, I was like, yeah, you could, like, I was really fucking nervous. Like, in reality, I've wanted to stream for years and years, you know, because, you know, it's something that, you know, a lot of people want to do, you know, and I have had the time for years and years and thought of it like as an alternative thing. Uh, let's just read his out here. I'm studying to become an automotive engineer now. Put the comma a little. I read the comma a little bit weird, but I'm also in charge of the international A license. If you can clear all the criteria in each of these tests, you'll be issued an international A license. Alright, let's see your skills. Let me just read that message there. Oh, I seem how to talk to a crowd. I'm really glad you said that. It's because I feel like socially I'm really good one on one, you know. But in a crowd I don't know what to speak. But when to speak, you know. Sometimes you want to say something, but then someone opens their mouth before you do, and it's not like they're cutting you off. It's just that you haven't even, you know, taken the breath yet, and you know, your body haven't even like signaled. The others have just the other guy has just, you know, reacted more instinctively. But then again, it can be very fun to, you know. I remember, you know, at plenty of occasions where I've just sat back and listened to some friends having a conversation, you know. It's been like, that's a pretty damn interesting conversation, and I have nothing to say, but I really like the topic, you know. Yeah, I really hope it does well. I'm not gonna read all this. I'm just gonna, because I know this track. This is Suzuka. And normally a break this late. Maybe a little later. Then you're very, very patient, and then you really open up. See? And I hope that the fact that I actually have a level. I have a level of driving skill where I'm like fairly confident that I can you know I I can you know I can drive a car. Bam. I miss the disco balls from the when you got gold in Gran Turismo Sport. It was like a disco ball. The other shapes were a little weird, but the disco ball was kind of cool because then you would have a lot of those disco balls in all the menus. But one thing I have been really lucky with, like what I was about to say with the thing I wanted to stream for years and years, you know, it's like I've been like nervous, like how long would it take, where it's just me talking to myself and I have no real confidence, and then I started discovering like smaller streamers, small streamers like Black Knight and all those guys, and then it clicked for me that it's like it's not the you guys being a nice community and me coming in there and chatting with you and then having something to show you in a purpose to stream, and it seemed kind of fun, and then it was like in the start I was like, let's see how I like it, and but then it turned out that I have a lot of fun, even if I'm just talking to myself, sometimes. I see it a little bit like my dad used to do radio. He didn't speak on the radio. He was like the technician guy who put on the who control. He was the guy in the control room. That guy. That was my dad on a local radio station. That was fairly new when he. I was only a few years old when he joined. So. So that's how I like. Let's see if I get something good. I would like that Honda though. I like the Ferrari thing as well. I don't know what that Ferrari thing is. Yeah. Upgrade parts for a car that I don't own. Here you have to have like a specific car and everything. So let's go to one of the most beautiful locations in all of Europe, Spa. And then when we have done that, we will go to the Nürburgring. We will go for a nice drive in the rain in the new. There wasn't really any rain in Gran Turismo Sport, and there was no day and night progression really. No try, not even really, not really like there was no time progression at all. Like, and the rain was very stationary, and here it really feels like something. But this is the Porsche Cup, where you have to have a certain. There are certain restrictions to what you can and cannot do. Oh, good thing I saw that pink Porsche, because you know what? The pink Formula One cars are back. There was this huge sponsor for this team. The sponsor is called BVT, and the team is like no more. They went under financially because the owner went to jail for like tax evasion or something, and fraud, I think. And then, but I really loved the pink livery. It's like a pink, it's like a pink livery with like blue lettering. And I was like, they really brought pink into motorsport, like in a big way. It's like you just that livery became an instant classic. Like, at least you can make liveries in this, and there's like one of those pink liveries for every single car, you know. So you know what I just thought about? You know what else really makes me happy? It's that you guys, uh, you know, uh, I come across as like I don't know, a cool person or whatever, you know. That it's not like I'm just totally, you know, uninteresting or anything. It's just like, you know, it's nice. It's nice to know that people are actually like finding my ramblings like uh, slightly entertaining. You know. Just 1 second. I'm just preparing this thing. Oh yeah, and I will do a. I'm gonna talk about this for a while before I do it, because it's gonna take some preparation, and I need to get further in this game before I feel like I really have the time to do it. But there's this little car called the. I'm just gonna exit. What is like. What almost made me like cry when I saw it was like there's this escapes mode where you can like take pictures and load in, and you know, put your cars in different locations, and it's like look at all. Wait, what? You can go on an Africa? What? I haven't been like pressed the all featured button because this is fucking insane. I haven't seen that. That's so good. And Salzburg, this is my favorite place I have ever been to in Europe. Are you crazy, man? I'm sorry I haven't been in I haven't been in this section. Like, what I remember most is something like this. You see the building now? Uh, I remember being there, and this garden I remember quite vividly as well. Like, this garden is like huge. It goes around the whole building of that thing. Also, Salzburg is where the Sound of Music is filmed, which I ended up working on a few years later as a volunteer musical thing where, you know, it's just amazing the talent people have, you know, and the drive. But there's all these amazing locations. Holy fuck, there's a lot. I mean, look at that. For example. but God, let me show you what really got me going. Copenhagen. Look at this. It's so amazing. It's and you know, these colorful buildings and stuff. It's just so amazing. This is the where the Navy usually, when their ships are home, which they never are because they're all out and working or in other places. But this is Army. Wait a minute, Tolbugade. Isn't that? I might I might be wrong, but the Danish military intelligence service might like, I don't know what it's really called in English. It's called uh, yeah, but I think they have a facility like in that that area as well, like in that general. But I have to read up on that. But it's not secret where it is at all. It's like look at that. That's quintessential Copenhagen. This is like this brings me right back to, you know, visiting my brother in Copenhagen when he lived over there, and I was like, oh, it's only like a few hundred meters to McDonald's, and then I turned the wrong way, and it's just like, okay, just gonna take a walk here and walk until I get to the next McDonald's, because I know there's one like a kilometer down that way, and then I just took a walk through Copenhagen by myself when I was like, I don't know, 16 or something. It was very, very quaint, very, very nice, you know. It's very, very safe, you know. And here we have a picture that may not look like much, but it's the Queen's winter residence. And the reason why it's her winter residence is that because she's never home in the summer. Uh, in the summer she sails like a couple of months of the year on her on her royal boat, and people really love it when that ship sails in, because it's such a beautiful ship. It was her I think it was her dad that built it. Pretty sure it was her dad who was the sailor guy. He really loved boats. Like uh, people jokingly later called him like the pirate king. Like when referring to him, he would like in the summer when they were in Greenland, he would buy like you know every morning he would like have one of the crewmates like take a hose, and like he would go on the deck, and then he would like have one of the crewmates like spray him down. The king gets the cold water, every morning. Like he liked to do that in the morning. He was like, oh, there's footage of him like standing there like, god damn. And this is a ship where a lot of people serve over the years. The king sail on that ship for a lifetime, but a lot of the people who are there are only for those few months, and it's like because they are conscripted to the army, and they have to be there for some or to the navy or whatever. You decide yourself which kind of thing you go into, but that's a really beautiful ship, and he made it like to his own specifications. I wanted like this and this and this because that's the perfect boat for me. Perfect for the purpose and stuff. And he would sail the boat himself. He was a very passionate man, and I'm not like talking like he was a god or anything. He was just a normal person, like who was very very driven. I'm not like a super fan of the royal Danish family, but there's not like anything controversial about them. That's why I only really hear good stuff and have good stuff to say. It's because there's no real negatives. Let's go to that Porsche Cup. And she have a 50-year anniversary this year, actually. She had that in January, but the party is like the party got cancelled until later in the year. She said in her New Year's speech that they would take place later, at a more appropriate time. And that is exactly what a monarch should do. Like, it's like we hold back this thing, and we you're very it's a very double-edged sword, if you want to be king or being born as king, as a royal. I don't know, it might be a little bit boring me talking about the royal family, but because of her anniversary, there has been like documentaries about her, and it's like a three-parter with all kinds of people who have like worked with her over the years. For example, she's a very very driven artist, like and it's not like her coming into the room like, oh, look at my art, please appreciate it, please clap for me, James. It's like she was very very self-conscious about it, and very very nervous about it when she debuted. And it all started with her like, she wanted to be an artist in her younger years because there was something about her there was something in the law that was like, okay, you can't be queen, and then the law got changed. The like that's like I think it was like a constitutional thing, and the whole thing about the things that involve the monarchy is usually in the constitution unless it's about the money that they get. But the whole thing about what follows what and who does where, who follows who and what, that's weaved into the constitution because the royals were influencing what the constitution had to say if they wanted to give us the power. But what they really did was like take the power. We get to keep our things and a little bit of and then we're like. But of course, over the years, the royals has gotten less and less powerful, and they get less and less money and it used to be just one generation ago. Like if you take the current generation, that's the youngest generation now. One generation ago, um, all royal children who were like children of like the king or queen, like direct descendants, would get money from the state automatically, and now it's like uh, only the crown prince or the crown princess gets some money because they're direct descendants, and the rest has to do for themselves, and and basically what the crown prince came out and says, because it's his children, he has like 5 children or something, but you can't help it when you get like twins. Uh, uh, and I think like him, the royal family in particular, setting a lot of children into the world. Like if they can become like good members of society and hardworking members, with like very good background, very good education, they know how to represent things. Again, I'm not saying they're gods or anything. It's not like Kim Jong Un kinds of things over here, but it's like if you lived in Denmark and wasn't like just hating the royal family because fuck everything that has to do with old structures and power and because all that's corrupt, man. You know, if you're not just directly one of those, you would just be either you would be like meh about the royal family, or you would be like they have done some fairly good things. But I mean, what that whole sentence was about, that was that the queen wanted to be an artist, but then later she found out that she had to be queen, so she put the art aside, and then she started reading Lord of the Rings when she was like on a state visit to like, you know, you need something good, you need some good reading, when you're going on long trips, and she was reading Lord of the Rings, believe it or not, and she just started getting all these pictures in her head, and she was like, "Oh, I have to draw this," and then she she started drawing, and she sent those when she were done with the books. She had all these illustrations of like Lord of the Rings, and she sent like she sent a fan letter to Tolkien with those with those uh, drawings, and it was not like Princess of Denmark something on the. It was she used her. I mean, when you are royal, you have like four first names as your full name, but she used like a semi pseudonym, and he really liked those, and it actually turns out that that Tolkien had said that before he died that if his books were to be like having an illustrated version, he wanted those drawings, and those drawings are the first illustrated edition of the Lord of the Rings books. And it doesn't say like because again she used some pseudonym, and this time it was even crazier. It was like, yeah, let's make a pseudonym that's where it's like really ambiguous where it could be from. So it has some really ridiculous name, like as the illustrator. But that's the Queen of Denmark, and she used to read Lord of the Rings to her two children, the crown prince and the prince. But it's more like what also makes her cool is that her demeanor is she's very down to earth, very down to earth. Like, of course, she's still the queen, and and she certainly looks the part, and acts the part, and talks very properly, and she never says I, she says we. Just 1 second, and then I will get going with this race. And I really have to preface this. They're not like some superhumans. They're just normal human beings. Like, at the end of the day, made of flesh and blood, and they have feelings and all those kinds of things. Don't discount that just because somebody has money and is born with good opportunities. Just like somebody can't help being born into poverty, somebody can't help being born into a good family. The Queen of Denmark, the beautiful woman who has her 50-year reigning anniversary this year. She did the original drawings for the like first edition. And there's like multiple sources to this, so she's a very passionate artist, and her husband was a very passionate artist as well. They fit together like so well. But yeah, she was princess at the time when she did that. But yeah, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that either. Like I found that out in one of the documentaries that were made about her like recently because you know her anniversary was in January, so the uh, like our public television station had like a 3-part documentary series, ready already. It's their job, and they know that it's coming up, and they have direct access to the royals, because it's the Danish, uh, it's the public access, uh, the one TV station everybody has access to, and there's a streaming service, actually free streaming service. You don't even need to log in or anything. You can just log in and see what they have. I mean, they don't have like massive servers with like unending content or anything, but and some things like run out of time, and because contracts end and stuff. But it's free and it's in Danish. And as a person who speaks a lot of English and has a lot of things going on in English, it's just nice to like listen to your own language, every once in a while. Imagine if you, for example, lived in Spain and you were speaking Spanish all day. You have no problem speaking Spanish all day. It feels very natural, and it's like it's nothing to you. But when you just hear your own language, it's like your brain relaxes a little bit more and your ears relax a little bit more, in some way. It's and then the way people talk is a little bit different, so that's refreshing too. You might be able to say the same things in two different languages, but saying them in the same way is like over a whole like TV program, like the way the differences where people speak makes a lot of it makes a lot over like a 20-minute period, where I just have like a little Danish saying here and there. Let's get rolling. I talk way more than I play. That's my biggest downfall as a streamer, I think. And it's not like I'm a like super serious streamer or something. It's not that way at all. It's just you think about how you can do things better all the time. At least I do. This is one of my favorite tracks in the whole wide world. So But also there's like don't put your lights under a whatever it's called. It's easier to remember the song, but I don't want to sing it right now. But like you know, it's right, you know. Don't go and hide whatever makes you happy. Fuck. Oversteer. I think I'm gonna play the song for you. I think that's a video I think I can get away with. A version I can get away with playing for you guys. And I'll explain to you why in just a second. I would love to go to this track and just, you know, just say I'm having a spa weekend, you know, just go here for a full weekend, either watch some racing or do some driving, whichever is available at the time. You know, all these tracks has like tourist driving. It's a huge business. I mean, racetracks in general are businesses, you know. They have to run around. They have to be economically sensible, you know, in some ways. Little too fast. But we need to do something. We need to complete some races at least. I love the sound of this car. It sounds so great in my headphones. But the thing is, I'm not on racing tires, I'm on like road car, like sports tires. Really good sports tires, you know. Really good sports tires. You would get a really have a really fun time if you had these on your car, you know. But the thing is, compared to like a racing tire, this but you know what they say, when in doubt, go flat out. So, but they also say to finish first you have to finish. So, I don't know what to believe anymore. No, you have to take both things into account, you know. You have to be brave, but you don't have to be stupid. See, learn from your mistakes. See, I didn't just immediately do the same mistake. God damn it. Those darn Porsche drivers. Oh, I love the color combination of this one. Light blue and orange. It's a very classic combination. You might have seen it before. I'm up into 9th at least. But it's more realistic that an amateur series would use tires like this because this would be like okay, you drive your tuned Porsche 9, not too much tuned, like nothing like too crazy, but within the regulation, you drive it to the track, you drive it from the track, you go have a race. If you crash, you're gonna have to take the bus, you know, and pay a huge repair bill. But that's also part of, you know, racing in real life. It's, you know, and I always say GC is very realistic and stuff, and then you crash into a wall and keep driving. Oh, I just caught that. My rear end was starting to slide. In some cars, that corner right there is flat out. You just have to nail it. Some cars it's an easy flat out, and in some cars it's like really a thrilling experience. Same thing with this corner right here. Like it's insane when you come in like a high downforce car with like, I'm driving like super slow right now. Because my arms are getting tired. GTA have some nice car sounds, but the cars are nowhere near loud enough. Like nowhere near. I mean, these cars in real life are so loud that you can feel them. And that's one thing that really gets you about cars, you know. That's one thing people who are not like people who are not you know have never seen race cars or been to a race or anything. It's pretty impressive when a car whips by you, and it's not just the whiff you can hear, it's you can like feel the ground shaking, you know. And it's not just like a NASCAR thing, it's just around every fucking corner. It's just amazing. And the reason the car doesn't say it's because we are in the car, you know. To get that effect, we would have to stand over there with them, because that's how sound works. But that's also how Einstein theorized relativity. I think maybe relativity. But he figured, you know, when you see something, if you drop a ball right in front of you and there's a guy like a few meters away, he technically sees that with a delay, if that makes sense. It's all about where you are in relation to the thing. But the analogy is not very good compared to the sound one. I'm not good at explaining it. That's the problem. It's like when people are like, well, then explain me how this works and this works and this works. Well, I don't know how to, you know. I'm not good at explaining that stuff. You know. Good at telling stories. Can we get that blue car before the finish line? I'm pretty sure the finish line is on the other side. So. Listen to, did you hear that? It's because the sound from behind, or from much more confidence, much more confidence. Getting better to catch the rear end as well. So. Oh. If I go off the gas, it's for safety. It's never for... Well, you have to compare things to something, and you have to start somewhere. And I always compare cars in video games anyway, so... Some of the things about the cars in GTA I really like, and some of the things about the cars in GTA I really don't like. But it has to be more accessible to drive and, you know, all those kinds of things. Imagine owning that house. Oh, there's like a restaurant in that building. Trackside Cafe. But there's a lot of good car sounds in GTA, like the Shaft of V12, the XA21, the Centorno sounds like a thunderstorm. And then there's electric cars as well. A lot of people don't even know that detail. I'm just waiting for that sweet new electric car to go on sale so I can complete my electric car collection. But I'm not gonna spend $1.7 million for SUV that's really underpowered to do it. I just want the car because I like the car, you know. I want to be a level 1000 billionaire with the ultimate car collection. And I don't care that it gets deleted one day from a server, because I'm gonna stream some of it and the good times are gonna be saved anyway, you know. It's fine. It's fine. But I can't wait for GTA 6 though. But I've been thinking that for the last, I don't know, 100 years or something. It's gonna be at Duke Nukem 3D 2.0 or something. Where it has that cutscene at the end. Wow, but that was really good. It should be after 20 fucking years, you know. It's listen to those bad boys. Oh yeah, that was me going off. Yellow flag, yellow flag. I'm fine. Let's head to the Nürburgring, actually. Because that's in the rain, and I might have I have rain tires. Like rain tires I can put on. That is. Nürburgring, Nürburgring. Because it's not the Nürburg ring. It's Nürburgring, you know. It has nothing to do with Nürnberg. You know. But this is the world's longest racetrack. It's a real racetrack. It's in Germany, and I would love to go here. It's like my dream road trip vacation destination. and you can go around here like as a tourist, like it's an open road without the speed limit. But if you crash, you have to pay for it, and that's not cheap, you know. But look at this monster of a track. It's 20 kilometers long. 20. That is the other track we just drove was 7 kilometers long. That's like fairly like that's fairly normal. Like 5 to 7, yeah, 5 to 7 kilometers, something like that, you know. And then there's some smaller tracks that are much tighter, that are used for like smaller kinds of races that are like only a kilometer long, and they use very slow cars, so it feels faster, and you can really put your foot to the floor all the time, and you know, it's just so you don't have like a kilometer long straight in a car where you're not going that fast, and it's much cheaper to maintain as well. What do you say, gang? Does it look like it's gonna rain or not? Because you can really get caught out in the rain here in this game, and I really love it. The first time I got caught out in the rain was actually on. There's like a small, little bit of, like, I think it's like 5 kilometer track. Like that's the little, you see the tail at the end there in the logo, and there's no tail here, on this one. There should be like a track here. They can combine those. There's like some cones they can remove. All right, the weather girl says the cloud is moving in. Nice. And the thing about this region in particular. Due to only these tires can be. Yeah. But also it's a 20 kilometer long track, so it can be raining really badly in one end, like a huge thunderstorm, like a huge cloud, like a kilometer across or something, and it would just not affect it. It would just be totally sunny in the other end. I mean, Spa has that effect, and it's 7 kilometer long. Spa lives in its own microclimate because it's like between some mountains, and it's up a little bit elevated, and there's some lakes around it. So Spa is very, very weird with the weather, which makes it even better for racing. It really, a racing track is so much more than just a stretch of asphalt going in a ring around something. The whole weather, the temperature, the time of day, and how, a tree like that could block the sun from like drying up the asphalt. So it's everything around it, everything. And then there's of course the people, which are different from track to track. think I need to take my medicine here, like, because it's getting quite late. I think I will do a couple of laps of the Nürburgring to end off. And when I say a couple of laps, keep in mind that a lap of the Nürburgring is like 10 minutes, 8 minutes. And you will see every single kind of corner. Like, it's amazing. Wait, there's houses behind that? I want a house. That house right there. And then I want to build like a little extension on the roof. Or just put a chair up there. There's a lucky bastard who lives next to like a racetrack that I go to with my dad like every few years. And like when you go around the track, you just see there's this house and then there's this garden with this tree, and in this tree there's a chair up in it. Like there's a little ladder and a chair leading up to it. So this guy who lives there just have this first class seat to racing, and he doesn't mind the the noise, because it's just he can just take out his binoculars and then he has them ready, and then he can go take his coffee and everything. It's fucking genius, is what that is. I really, that's like my biggest dream, is like living right there, that one right there. But I'm pretty sure I'm not the same, the person who has, the only person who has fought that for like years and years and years. And I think if the person who sells the house, the house, whatever, the real estate agent, if he knows what he's doing, and he knows a little something about something, then he could fetch a very, very, very exorbitant price for that house. Like, it's like the location, that chair and that tree, that first class seat for the rest of like the time you have the house. Now that's and you can pay to go on track days on the track as well. You just need to pull out of the parking lot. But otherwise, I would like to live out in the forest, preferably. Like, when I say out in the forest, I don't mean like deep forest or anything. We don't have that here in Denmark. But like surrounded by some trees, where maybe can build a little shelter every once in a while. Put up a what do we call these huge like plastic things you use to cover things with. Plastic sheets. They're fairly durable, and it's like everybody has like one or 1,000 in their garage. Not 1,000, but maybe one or two, and there's always one with a hole in it. It's like linen and plastic, and then it has this metal in the corners. Yeah, tarp, exactly. Because tarps are very, very useful. When I was a Boy Scout, we used to bring along tarps and some a little rope, and some durable, very durable thread, like really like like real. Really like hardcore thread where you really had to cut it to get it apart, and then you would like find a good spot, make sure to clear the bottom of where I wanted to sleep, and there's all kinds of tricks and tips and tricks, but and things you can do, but the point of the matter is that you put up the tarp and you can do it like anywhere in between trees and stuff. You don't have to like set up a tent or anything, and that's in many ways more convenient than putting up a tent, And if you do it right, you don't feel any like. It's very important that you do it right. It's not like you're necessarily gonna die on a hot summer night, out in the forest. I think you're more likely to die from heat stroke from dying inside on a hot summer night, to be honest. But that would be a really cool thing to do, to be able to do. And then of course having a doggo and a convertible. That's like, I think that might be the list. And maybe a family. But you can't put a family into a convertible unless it's one of those 4-door ones. But I mean, but I'm not busy or anything. If I can achieve these things when I'm 50, I mean, the family thing would be nice if it was before I was like 35. But I know it's getting very personal now. What do we say to that picture, weather girl? Those clouds over there, and there's no clouds over there. And oh yeah, I forgot one thing. I would like to go folk racing. It's like very very cheap, and it's like if I can do that before I'm 50, that's like that's my racing goal. I would like to see how I do against local people, from where I'm from, and in real cars in a real situation. Could be very very fun, and the cars they drive are they're not super cheap. Nice. We never know. I think that's Weather Girl is actually not a bad name for a superhero. Either a super overpowered one that can control the weather, or a super lame one that can just foresee it very, very accurately. Or maybe she can control the weather and be a meteorologist. Be like, wow, you're very accurate. Yeah, isn't that amazing? Every time. And then she she doesn't do it like totally perfect. Sometimes it's like, I won't make like that much rain, But we need rain as well, because we had a summer a few years back where it really didn't rain at all, and everything was just yellow. Like all the grass was yellow and dry, and you weren't allowed to water your plants because because of the groundwater levels were low. It's not like we were running out of water totally or anything, but it's like preserve while you can, you know. But that was actually a serious issue. Also, people throwing cigarettes out of car windows, starting freaking fires. Would imagine that's a huge problem in California as well. You got icy rain all day today? I got sunshine all day. It's almost like it's summer here. Like I had to wear my sunglasses inside because of the direction my my window is facing. But you know, I had a friend once who was wearing sunglasses inside, like just kind of for fun. We were screwing around on boarding school, and then and then he was asked like, why are you wearing sunglasses inside? The sun is not shining in here. Then he was like, if you're cool enough, the sun always shines on you, and that just stuck with me. Like that's a line that does make you instantly cool enough to wear sunglasses inside without question, you know. Bear in mind, this guy was 14 and I was the same age, but that was a cool line to throw. That like with that good timing, like as a 14-year-old, I don't care if you got it from somewhere else. That was like that was a great quote. But I think like the climate in general in New York and in Denmark is fairly the same. Very cold in the winter, unbearably hot in the summer. But the fact that you just have like millions of miles of concrete jungle makes it even worse. It makes everything worse, you know. All that concrete. It's not that cities are inherently bad, it's just the fact that concrete heats everything up. And it makes it harder for rain to go down to the ground. That's why we try to have a lot of green areas in Denmark. It's not because it's very quaint and stuff. It's also because it's very quaint, but it's simply to... I mean, here where I live, it's like between all the buildings there's a little bit of... yeah, there's asphalt and glass too, yeah. When I said concrete, I meant like generally also asphalt, but that's just my English. That's a little bit mixed up, I think. Somebody's having a party at the Nürburgring. That's in the game. Very realistic. The detail. You know, this is the natural habitat of a BMW and like Porsches and Mercedes. Just the natural habitat of a sports car in general. You can see so many wild sports cars here if you go and take a walk around in this forest. It's amazing. Especially when they're battling for dominance. then they really roar, you know. All the males battling for sponsorship attention. A legendary Porsche sample for your collection. Yeah. Actually, it's all of this is like collecting cars. It's perfect for it. You know, this guy, it's Chris instead who wants all the cars, but the concept is the same. Go around the world and collect these cars, and I will tell you more about it. But that reminded me of like a clip I saw of like this very majestic buck like doing a mating call, and you were like, wow, that's really majestic, and then you like read the comments, yeah, that's really majestic, and then you notice, oh shit, it has a massive boner. I don't know why I find that so funny, but it's like it's just standing there and screaming with a massive boner. And the comments are just like, yeah, sure, when he does it's majestic, in air quotes. When I do it, I get thrown out of Walmart. Okay, here's the Flugplatz, and it's called that. It's that little bump there called the Flugplatz, and I'll tell you why. It's because if you go over there full throttle, you start. And normally when you go over there, we're not going over there that fast in this car, but your front end lifts a little bit. As you can see, the skies can change really quick here. That's a beautiful Porsche. Is that the legendary Porsche you needed for your collection? See, you can see it's getting wet. And I have zero rain experience, like rain was not a thing in GT Sport at all, like you never encountered rain. But I do have the wet tires. But that's the thing. just before it was looking like blue skies, and now it's like now it's all wet. But I will just be careful and take it as a learning experience, you know. Because driving Nürburgring in the wet has been a dream for me for a long, long time. Because it rains a lot there, so it would be likely that if I had to go there, you wouldn't want to be like, oh, it's raining, you know. And I don't mean if I do go there, I mean when, because it's a fairly reasonable, it's not a massive expense to go there in a road trip, and if you have to take public transport down there, so be it, you know. And then you can actually rent a car at the track. There's a hotel right next to the track, so, and a car rental thing. But the optimal thing would be bring your own car kind of thing. But the first time I got caught out, like on the short track around here, it was like within 2 laps of the short track. Hey, look, this is the carousel. Can you guess why it's called the carousel? That's like one of the most famous corners in motorsport. Well, not in motorsport anymore, because but in like in racing enthusiast world, you know. But driving around here is one thing, being fast around here is another thing. Bear in mind, this race is like, fuck, 1 lap. I was about to, I wouldn't say it, but that corner right there where I crashed, like the corner I crashed out of, it's called YouTube Corner. There's a YouTuber going there, because I don't want to mention it every time, and I do mention it every time, almost. But now that I crashed, I'm gonna have to mention it, because there are people here who don't know. But there's a guy who stands at that corner like every day, like many days of the year, and then he just uploads his footage of like awesome cars and people crashing, mostly people crashing, because that's a very deceptive corner, especially when it's a little bit wet, and especially on road tires, you know, that's the exact condition people crash under, you know, the one I'm under right now, you know, a little too powerful car, and you know, oh, I can hear the rain coming in, you can see the rain behind. I really love how detailed the rain is, because that's the mini carousel, by the way. Give me that slipstream. Damn, no kidding. What was the no kidding about? Can't remember. But this is a long... I can see now it's really getting rainy. And minor left. Shit. Thank God for the barrier. It's because I forgot the major third before the minor left, you know. It's all there in the song lyrics. There's a thing like wind direction as well, so... I mean, 7,000 for a lap around the Nürburgring, that's not bad. I mean, now I at least get paid to do it. If we could do this without crashing. See, it's like totally dry. Look how clear the sky is. Like, it gets dark quickly sometimes as well, but because there's the day and night cycle now as well. Sounds so good. That was one lap, by the way. That was like 8 minutes. Let's display all. If you ever get think you're going slow in one of these cars, like oh, this car is like super slow or whatever, and then look at the speedo and think about how that would feel in real life. It's 120 around that, 150 almost. That's high, above highway speeds, above 120. You know, on road tires. This is not on racing tires. And the car feels like fairly stable actually. You just have to keep your tongue in your mouth. But all the cars are around the same, like, PP range. Look, now it's just rain. And then it dries up a little bit and then it's rain again. Really love the particular model of Porsche, like the two I'm in between right now. Particularly the red 92 one is like very awesome. Yep. And I always like make the joke when I go through that, like, you don't want to crash here, especially when I'm streaming. Always make the joke that I'm like, don't want to end up on YouTube, guys. It's gonna be so embarrassing if I end up on YouTube, you know. But the thing about YouTube Corner is like it's very deceptive. You come out of it very, very fast, and you come into it. It's very hard to describe. which makes it even worse, you know. But you gotta be really on your toes, like. I love the rain so much in this game. I know a lot of people is very disappointed with this game, but I got everything I wanted, except for the Tesla Roadster, the old one. That's all I want. That's all the car I want. All the car I want, like an electric convertible. And there's only two on the market. Like, there's only one on the market that you can buy, and that's a smart convertible. I have nothing against smart cars. I think they're charming as fuck, you know. Yep, they're disappointed in either one thing or another. Either they're disappointed that they went in one direction, and then they're disappointed that they didn't go enough in another direction, and you know, it's. For me, it's a solid 8.8 out of 10. You know, I feel like I'm learning new stuff. You know, learning a lot of new stuff. But the online, there was a bug in the start, like right on the first day, where if you started a stream, a live stream, then the app would just crash. If you started it directly on your PlayStation 4. It was only on the PlayStation 4 though. So what happened to the nice jazz music? Thank you very much, YouTube, for setting that and pausing that. That was really nice of you. Really fucking cool, YouTube. Let's get the jazz going again. Get it to the speaker. Much better. But the thing I'm worst about, I've noticed, is I'm not relaxing my shoulders enough. Like, at all. Because it's a little bit physical when you play with a wheel, you know. You get tired in your arms, and you get fatigue in a whole other way, but it also feels good at night whenever you go to sleep, and you can feel like in your arms that you have really, it feels like you have been working out your shoulders all day, and your chest partially. You know, that's kind of a bonus. I'm not saying that I'm burning calories or getting super fit by quote-unquote sim racing. That little white bar on the side, I have no idea what it is. Like, there's like a new white bar on the side next to the timer. And I don't actually know what that is, so I have to... You know, you might as well use the tools you're given. 9 minutes in mixed weather. Yep, I always use the wheel for this because I drive like 100 meters on the controller and I'm like, take the first corner and I'm like, I'm gonna set up my wheel. Because I have it, my wheelbase, I just have like, I just take the wheel off and then I slide it back on my table. And then I just can have my iPad and everything in front of it. And then when I want to race a little and, you know, then I can take the wheelbase, find the thing to fasten it, take the wheel rim, and like fasten that, and then it's like secure on the edge of my coffee table. Good night, Whale Shark. I should be going to bed soon as well, but oh, I pressed exit. But I'm enjoying talking too much, you know. When things are exciting, it's hard to stop. It was really nice of you to stop by. I hope you have a good night. I hope you have a good time until I probably won't be streaming until maybe Monday or Tuesday, because I have a meeting, you know, the whole thing going on, you know. So I have a meeting with a guy Monday. And then we will take it from there. But I think what's been going on, I will tell him about what has been going on in the weekend, and then I will use that as leverage. I don't know, I have the analytics app as well, and I know how to read a stat, and he does too, so I could just... Oh, thank you, Rose. Thank you for being here. I think the mutual company thing is just the... And I think it's healthy for me because to have the microphone every once in a while, because you probably noticed that I chat a lot when I chat, when I do chat. I have like something to say a little bit on everything, because I actually have something. Feel like I have a little some detail or something to add to a conversation, maybe. Because I'm often from like all over, from, you know, all over the other side of the world, you know. So, and I find the differences between, you know, not only cultures but countries and how they're structured and stuff. I find that you see, Rose, that this number right here, that's performance points. and it's PP for short. And you need a big PP to win races. I can have between 600 and 650. And because I switched to the wet tires from the soft tires, the like road tires to like racing softs, which give me quite the advantage when it actually is wet. The performance points has gone down, so I can actually go in here and then I can give myself more horsepower. My car needs a bigger PP. Onto 94. Nope. We need to hit it as accurately as possible. No, you don't necessarily need a big PP to race. You can race with a smaller PP, you know, if you like a little bit of a challenge, but I want to get through this, you know. See, it's 650.4, so I need to at least take that 1 point away, so I end up there. Calculating performance. But jokes such as my PP is bigger than yours, I need a bigger PP, this car has a very big PP, I'm like counting with my fingers, like popping one up every time. You can't see it, but I'm doing it. And what else? But you know, in that vein as well, like I have a theory that testicular fortitude lowers the center of gravity of a race car, and testicular fortitude doesn't mean that you have to have testicles. It means that, you know, like it's a fancy way of saying big balls, you know. But testicular fortitude is my preferred way of saying that when I can get away with it, because it's such a nice way of saying it. But you know, refers to bravery, you know. So you know, when people say somebody on the outside in the rain, you know, and you're like, that guy has big balls, you know, to do that. and you know, then my brain starts, you know, turning, and then I'm like, how I guess if you did have like, you know, more weight, you know, low to the ground, I guess that would lower the center of gravity technically. That could give you a little bit of an advantage, like 1/1000th of a second. That's like, you know, I like to hear about quantum physics as well, so I don't care about if it's like, oh yeah, but it's not that much. If it's a difference, it's a difference. Like, if it's a measurable difference, like consistently. And I think that has been proven, because it seems that drivers with higher testicular fortitude tend to they tend to they tend to win races more. You know, you gotta be brave to take a real chance in a car going like 100 miles an hour or whatever, you know. You know, even the changing position fast in a straight line, you know, to get on the other side of a car and like go to one side and then make him like go to one side, so he's like, ooh, I'm blocking over here now, and then you're like, psych, and then you just right before you brake. The later you can do it, you better. But it's totally your fault if you hit the guy in front. But the later you can do it, the better. Then you just psych, go around him, and then hopefully brake a little bit later than him. And then he's like totally out of whack compared to where you are. There's lots of little tricks that you can do, and that's what makes it fun to race. It's like 200 kilometers an hour chess at times, because you have to be 2 corners ahead sometimes. Because if you have a combination that first goes left, then goes right, and you're side by side, then first you have the inside, then your opponent have the inside, and the inside is the shorter way around, you know. So it's the advantage to have the inside. And can you hang on for good enough while you have the disadvantage, or take your advantage well enough while you have it, that you know that you get out on top? There's a lot of, you know, there's more to racing than just driving the car fast. You need to think about a lot of stuff. Particularly when you're like racing alone, you have to strategize a little bit alone. That's why I'm happy that there's a guy that I watch that did like some of the same FIA races that I did, and he would like do practice sessions, streams. I wouldn't like join the sessions per se, because I would practice on my own pretty much if I could. Sometimes it wasn't really, you couldn't set up the same settings in the single player because it was so dumb. But it was like, it's nice to know when, you know, in the race what's fastest, you know. Is it fastest when you're actually racing? Is it fastest to start on a medium on a little bit harder tire, on a softer tire, and then go to the softer tire? Because it can make a difference, you know, because you have less fuel. You have less fuel, and therefore the car is lighter when you go to the after your pit stop, you know. Unless you have to fill the car fully up, you know. And when do you change? Do you go in on after maybe 10 laps? Do you do 11 laps? Do you do 9 laps, you know? Maybe your opponent, maybe you got in a little bit of a shitty situation where you're like, you need to maybe stay out a little bit longer. Maybe you're really trying to avoid traffic, so you go in 1 lap earlier, and then you just use the clear traffic and the new tires, or the no traffic, like the clear track, and then new tires to just really hammer in some good time, and then hopefully when they get out of the pits, they're behind you. You know, and then they can do, you know, maybe you stay out an extra lap. That could be a reason to stay out an extra lap. Could be like, okay, they're going in now, I'm taking this extra lap, and then they will be out in traffic, and I will be able to, you know, just maybe be in front of these guys when they come out. And sometimes it's really, really close. You know, it's the nature of racing. It's gonna get close sometimes. But the human element is really what, you know, nobody is perfect. Not even like the people in Formula 1 are perfect, you know. Everybody makes mistakes, and that's the perfect lap doesn't exist, you know. Formula 1 drivers always want, if they could, they would always want another lap, you know, to see if they could go faster. They can always think about like, okay, I could make it. If it comes down to it, a Formula 1 driver on a top level, you know, the top Formula 1 drivers, they can think down to, okay, I can get 1/1000th of a second here, and then they do that super precisely every time. Like, not every time, but they can like put it together and do that consistently, you know. And while you're chasing that time, you find that your average time goes down like consistently. I just blindly change like a flat number, you know. If I'm like going down and going around in 1 minute 30 seconds, point 010 or something, I really want to not only hit the 30, you know, the 1 minute 30. I would like to break that barrier, and then like I would be totally happy with just 129.999, you know. That would be totally fine with me. That would be fine for my goal. That would be a fine goal for the session, especially if it's like a really, really hard track. Because then it's very hard to just set an arbitrary limit and say, instead of saying like, okay, theoretically I can actually go down, it's like, I want to hit that goal. But yeah. I hope you don't mind me just rambling on for a bit. But it was just about, you know, sometimes you get on a tangent. And I know you don't know a lot about racing, so I want to explain you a lot of stuff, you know. Look how that surface is not normally that blank. I don't think. I'm pretty sure it's not that blank that normally. But that's really what's charming about the Nürburgring. It's like the rain as well. You see how it can change all the time. The last 2, maybe 3 years, I didn't see it 3 years ago. Like, probably, or anything. I like remember anything from it. But 2 years ago, it was just total rain. Like 10 out of the 24 hours was just pouring rain. And it's like even in racing with wet racing tires, made to race in the rain, and it's just and traction control on, and because race cars does have traction control, they just the less traction control you can use, the better. Uh, but it's like cars just skidding off the track, like they come into a corner, they brake, and they just spin. Particularly in this corner, actually, this was a particularly big center. This corner that was right before that, because before that one, also that one right there, because you end up in the sand a lot. Hey YouTube, fuck you. Why did the music stop? That's so dumb. It's like, hey, are you still watching? Yeah, I'm still watching. Tack for... God. Like, I listened to 20 minutes of his thing. I was thinking I was going to play some ukulele on stream today, but I haven't really had the time to do it because I've been rambling too much. But my practice has been going really well. I know I talk about it a lot, but don't really show anything. But that's most of my experience, in life, is from when I was 14 to I was like in my early 20s to just play music, go around, playing with people and going to different music schools and having a ton of different teachers who taught me all kinds of different things every time, in their own different way. Taught, and not only, guitar teachers, but all kinds of music teachers, So, I feel very well rounded and very well experienced, but I have never been the best at, just sitting down and practicing. That's like what I'm worst at. I've been kind of carried through because I've been taking the opportunities that I have been given. So, we have a very, education here in Denmark is free except for like, if your kid wants to go and learn and play guitar, you pay for that yourself. But you can go to like boarding schools with like specialities in like both music and sports and gaming, actually. Esports is very, very popular in the boarding schools now. And they have like teams and they play against each other and it's all very cool, and they have that experience of like kind of living together, and because at a boarding school you live together in rooms typically 2 to 4 people, I would say, in a room, and then the room varies in size. They all vary, all the buildings vary. But it's and you feel so grown up and Like it's you're heading out on your own way in life, getting your own experiences, all those kinds of things. And your mom cries when you leave, and all those kinds of things. And then you have to take the fucking train across the country to it's like a 3 hour train ride, 3 or 4 hours depending on. Sometimes it would take all freaking day, but you would leave the school around lunch time, I think, and then because they knew people needed to get home and across the country, and people had friends at home, and but the train rides were actually part of the experience. Believe it or not, it was fucking great. Like just riding that train from all the way from the German border. Took a bus from my school was 6 kilometers from the German border. No, it was 12 kilometers. It was 6 kilometers to the nearest town. That's how it was. To the nearest big town. 12 kilometers to the German border, and you can just cross the border because it's Europe. So some students, in the weekends, would go on a bike ride to Germany, just across the border to buy soda because they have less value-added tax, especially on food products. So soda down there is very cheap. So people would set up whole underground businesses, pretty much, where they would be okay, you can get a soda, you can get a. But the reason they were so illegal and so underground was because the school didn't want to deal with the problems that eventually would give. You owe me money and things like that. We had one guy who actually took it to kind of a massive scale. It was he had a shop almost. He would have a massive it was like a little enterprise. It's you see in a TV series. Or it's he had chocolate and candy and some different kind of sodas stashed under his bed and in a big duffel bag, and he would put it out. But the teachers would buy soda from him as well. They would ask, can I but they couldn't do it openly, so it's they would ask, can I borrow a soda, and then they would drop the money on the ground this. Oops, fell out of the pocket. They would not mention that the money fell out of their pocket at all, of course. And it was totally obvious because everybody we would usually be 3 or 4 people in a room, at night time, just chilling out and playing some music just before bed. So as long as there was no money problem, the teachers had no problem with it. But the guy eventually changed school because he felt it was only a school it was the next school over, and we would see him on the train ride and everything. We would ride the train with a lot of people from that school, because we would notice each other, a lot of young kids hanging out together, and then being hey, that's another boarding school group, And it's not teachers go with you or anything when you go on the way home. But you're not supposed to. Of course, you're not supposed to drink while you're on your way from school or to school, but I didn't like. I was 14 to 16. I had barely been out drinking like by my own in town. Like I went to town like for the first time when I was 16, and that was fucking great. Like it was the first Friday on the next boarding school I went to, the high school level boarding school kind of thing, and we had such a great night, and everybody got like lost from each other, but we found each other in the end. Uh, but everybody got lost from each other, and everybody had such a great night, and had something fucking crazy to tell. I had been talking to so many people, you know. Bear in mind, the laws are still that you have to be 18 to be served drinks and to be in discos after 12. Uh, so, but you can go under the radar. A lot of people don't really care as long as you don't have a problem. But it's, you know. But sometimes you would get taken, you know, like they would ask for ID, and then, you know, game over, next place. Luckily, that was like 10 bars in quick succession in like a very, very small area. Also, drinking on first days was a very, very big thing, and it is still a very, very big thing in Denmark. It's like the biggest day of going out and drinking. It's first days. It's Little Friday. Way. It's very important. When I went to my school trip to Italy for 3 weeks, we went out on a first day, and we were like, what? Everything is like closed. What is going on? Like, we couldn't believe it. It's like, what? Wait, what? This can't be happening. This can't be happening. But we found an Irish pub, which served great burgers, by the way. We have to live off food from like fast food and things. We didn't have a kitchen in our hotel until like 1 week into the trip, where we finally was like, okay, we need to unlock one of those kitchens that was like closed off, and you had to pay extra to use the kitchens. So we unlocked the kitchen in one of the rooms and used that. We had 3 rooms because we were like 12 students. But we had a fun time. Even though looking back, we were maybe like particularly good friends, but I mean, I weren't particularly good friends with like the group. I were very much an outsider in that group. But but that was more like a general thing in the class, and like, you know, when we were out drinking, it was fucking great. And like I had a good friend in the class I smoked weed with, and we smoked weed with some interesting people, and we just went for a walk. Oh yeah, I totally forgot. We went for like walks where it's like, okay, the challenge is you're not allowed to like go back the same way you came, unless it's like obviously that you can't go any further or find your way home. But just walk, and then you know, see if you can get back where I came from. But just, you know, we got to see a lot of like cool places that way, like residential areas and like weird stuff you would never see if you just went like a normal way and just the same way, front and back. We would just go like at night and at night time and just it was fucking great. But like, even though I wasn't really a part of the group in that class, I had a really good friend, and we lived in like it's called like a school home, where I lived there while you're in school. Usually in trade school, you are like there in school for a few months, then you work for some months, and then you're in school and learn some new stuff. Go out and work, you know. And then it goes back and forth. I have a lot of respect for people who go to trade school. Especially the people who like take there's like a longer version where it takes like a year extra for both. It takes like 4 years in total. But there you have to take like a high school education. It's not mandatory to do like above 9th grade in Denmark, but our education is very, very thorough, so I don't feel like I feel better educated than many Americans. Not to generalize, but but you know what I mean, Rose, because you know me. Not that you know me, but you know what I mean. Of all the people on the inside, you're one of the ones who knows me better, you know. Can you hear it sounds a little bit more aggressive now that we have tuned it a little bit more? Shit. Went flying there. This is a very dangerous corner, very prone to taking too much speed into it. But the thing about education is that it's very teacher dependent as well. If you have a shitty teacher, that can really screw up the trajectory of a kid's learning. I had a really great math teacher in 8th grade and 9th grade. same teacher. He was a real estate agent before, but then he got a little bit bored. He had his own like agent's real estate business. But then he wanted to become a teacher, and he was like a freaking math machine, you know. But he taught us about, you know, economics and stuff as well. Where he actually used his own personal finances as an example. So that was very, very nice of him to do. You know, it's to be that open is a very, you know, it's not something every teacher would do. They would set up like a very rounded off example. Basically, he said, okay, you see, here's my expenses, and here's my income, my personal income. You see, he was married as well to a woman who worked on a bank, so she had like a fair income. And then, but basically, it was his like things that were hooked up to like paying like most stuff, and then he would I don't know, it sounds kind of whoa, did you see that? I don't know, it sounds kind of like he's a simp, but he really wasn't. He was a really, really cool guy who seemed to have like a really, really healthy relationship as well, and was very happy in his marriage, you know. But then he would get like basically all of his money. He was like, he's like did like the sucking noise and was like right into. He was like, yep, that goes right into expenses. And then I get an allowance from my wife. But you know, people can set up their personal finances however they want to, as long as if you're two split the economics. And please don't screw each other over, like if one really wants to like, it's like, I really just want to sell this house so I can get out of this debt, but I don't want to sell the house, I still live here. Yeah, but you can't even afford to, you don't even, we own it half, and you don't even pay me anything, you know. Even though I have to stick with the taxes. I see that very much in a TV program called The Luxury Trap, where it's like people taking way too many loans they can't afford, and you know, and it's not they're necessarily, you know, incurably dumb, because it's only a 40-minute show and they turn around fairly quickly. It's a very quick turnaround for what it is, because they go very thorough through like economics and stuff, and like how to fix it, and lots of tips. It's more like a vehicle to you know, as a consumer program. It started all the way like back in 2003, and you know, everybody back then was like, yeah, it's fine, and it's a little bit of a gimmick, but you know, still going strong. And I actually really like the program because it really seems to help. And when they actually do those where they now programs and all those things, people are actually doing very, very well. And that just and there's still a lot of people out there who need the help, so they just keep on going, you know. Because they know it's like a you know, and it's not like they're totally like inhumane, like because it's not like psychological experts or anything that's going around, going in anything. It's economic experts, like through and through. They're not even very good actors. Like, it is very important to not get carried away with discounts in shops, because what really happens is people often end up buying too much and just end up throwing it out, you know. that kind of level tone, you know, when they do like the tips in the speakovers. But that's like when you're like, when they're standing in front of the camera, you know, and like, okay, give your line. And then you take that 4 times. But they, you know, they weren't like TV people to begin with, so the fact that they are so TV savvy, and they're not like, but you know, even after they're not very critical of how, you know, things are. They're just the experts in the TV program. They just show up to do their job, and then they're like, you know, they're just like, yeah, that's just how you do TV, you know, kind of thing. Because it's very reality TV, American kind of styling, with the clipping and the background music and all those kinds of things. Clean race bonus. Rose, did I not crash? Well, it was a dry lap, to be fair. You know, you take everything like one corner at a time. If I was thinking like, okay, we almost have a full lap, not crashing here, it's like, that was pretty good. That was very, very good, actually. But then again, we didn't have the rain. But that can change next time. God damn it, YouTube, do I have to do everything myself? I have to do all the background music myself. Luckily I have my ukulele right here. I don't know if you could hear that, but please clap. Like, seriously, could you hear that at all? Alright, I gotta get to bed as well. Like, yeah, for you it's like 12. For me it's 6 AM. And I gotta go to bed soon as well, so I just think I'm gonna take another lap of the Nürburgring and then before I go to bed, but I think it might be a good idea for me to end the stream here and then do those laps by myself, because you know, I need to wind down a little bit before I can go to bed, and you don't wind down while you're streaming. Wind up, not that you get wound up, but yeah. Don't forget to like and subscribe if somebody new is listening, and take care and sleep well, everybody. I'm gonna let this play a little bit because it's gonna look good on the. It's gonna look good on the good old thumbnail. It's like it's weird because the thumbnail will automatically be like from like 2 minutes before the stream ended or something. I haven't quite figured it out, but it's like random. It feels like it's random within like 1 and 2 minutes from before the stream ended. It's definitely not the last frame, that's for sure. But I figured that out quite quickly, so I just smoke and set up the thumbnail while I went down my streams, typically. But today has been a lot of talking, because there's been a lot for me to talk about. Yeah. So but I have had an amazing day today. Really amazing. Compared to how I felt a week ago, this is like the world's different, you know. But man, this weekend has been a wild one on this channel. Like, I know I talked about it before on this stream, but dang, it's like my channel suddenly gained a little bit of traction. It's not like I have been searching for traction, because I've only been going for a few months, you know. Take things as they come, but it's more like wow. There's been exceptionally like I've gained 3 subscribers in the last 2 or 3 days. So I'm very thankful for that. And when I look at like how much watch time I've given, it's like normally I get like on average like a little bit over an hour on every hour, you know. Maybe 1 hour and 15 minutes on every hour or something on average over many hours, you know. But now I have been getting like, I haven't done the math at all, but now I get, you know, at least, you know, with one more viewer, you know, it doubles that, so it looks kind of extreme. And I have seen the chat number be on 3 for most of the stream, so I'm kind of excited how many hours it says when the stream thing updates the analytics. But yeah, I'm gonna end when this lap ends, I think. Let's just take it a little bit back. Nothing really interesting happened. I just need to take these two right here. But this is a fun race. I thought it was like set to like, oh, it has to rain a little bit or something. But no. Not a single raindrop. This is fun. Oh, I did go a little bit over that, a little bit, doop. But it's still a clean race. I love the sound of these cars. I don't know, I say the same things a lot. But at least they sound less like, you know, one of those sound boxes. You know. This is a nice car. I love this track. Also. Oh. Cool. Wow. You know. Gonna live a little more alive. So that's good. That's very good. And I ended up 8th. That's an improvement. mighty Labo that does it for the stream. 1 second. But yeah, thank you so much for joining, everybody. I'll see you Wednesday at the very latest, or else I will find a way to tell you. Because if I'm away, then it's because I'm away from my recording equipment. So can't really make a video or anything. So. But depending on my meeting tomorrow, then I will find out for how long I will be away. It might be a few days, like 1 or 2. Whoa, a little bit of air. That's why we call it the flu floods. Which then that's not even the flu floods. That's the other corner. That's after the second straight. But yeah, see you guys next time. I love you guys so much. Like, the support this weekend has been so good. So yeah, it's hard to press the button, but I have to do it. Bye.